All right. Okay, good. The air conditioning, you can probably hear it in the background, but meh, whatever. At least it's not keeping the mic on constantly. So, but yes, we are back. We are back again. We are doing hopefully a pretty good length stream today. Either that or I just get these frames done super fast. Cause we are on the final kind of little movement here. I have 2 more frames to do for this section. Where is, there you are. Here, this one and this one. And then we have the hand pound. Hopefully it won't take too long. We'll see though. These more subtle frames are the ones that really take a long time. But in theory, this one I might be able to just get away with copying and pasting for the last frame here. So we'll try and make that work here. But yeah, so it's just gonna be kind of grinding out frames for, let's give ourselves a goal here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 real frames to do. So maybe more like 6. Hello, Lilo. Hope you're doing well. Dope and stuff as well. Good to see you. Let me bring this up so I can see it. All right. So let's try. So I have about 6 frames to do. Let's see if we can get it done in about 3 hours. So that's going to be around 7 my time. Let's see if we can keep up that pace. We do have some vertical movement, maybe a little bit too much down here, and we don't have enough curve over here. That's one of the trickiest things for him, is getting the shape of his head right. I honestly don't even think I've really nailed it in this whole animation. Just in general, I think I need to kind of take his design a little bit back to the drawing board, not like in any major way, but just like kind of like just smoothing down some of the rougher edges of his design. I want him to be a little bit more animatable, like Grem, because Grem's really easy, which, my word, makes it so much nicer to animate him. Okay. Hello, Thace the Spade. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Or Theus. Is it Theus or Thace? See if it's more, if I'm thinking more Greco, I would say Theus. Hope you're doing well either way. It is indeed a good afternoon for some streaming. Greco-Roman, so Theus. Happened to see me live stream and got curious about it? Always happy to hear that. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. Worked on my car a little bit, getting close to fixing it, which makes me happy. Have a good lead on what's wrong with it, so that's always a good thing. Otherwise, just getting stuff done, so that's always nice to feel productive. How's everyone else's day going? I hope everyone's having a good day. If not a good day, hopefully a better night. Trying to figure out something with an animation? Ooh, what you got? I'm always down to talk animation with people in the chat, for sure. Honestly, I'll say this right off the bat. Don't feel like you need to get a degree. If you have the opportunity, then it might be a good idea. But don't feel like, you know, that's the only way you're ever going to get to animate on anything, right? The best thing you can do for yourself is just sit down and animate. And it's more accessible than ever, actually. Honestly, part of me feels like I kind of wish I hadn't actually gone and gotten a degree, which I didn't get an animation degree. I actually got a digital design degree, but I had an emphasis in animation, whatever that's supposed to mean. And I'm not gonna say I didn't learn anything, but there are ways of learning things that are a bit more efficient, chronologically speaking and financially speaking. Sometimes it works to help have some kind of like guidance or you know, routine, right? Having classes and stuff like that. Today's your game day? Nice. Hope you won or will win. Either or. financial side of all aspirations. Yeah, that's a big part of it, right? Learning how to, like, in some stable capacity, pursue something, right? That's a really important thing. That's why I've actually heard that, like, if you want to be an artist, a lot of people actually recommend, because you want to learn the art side, right? You want to learn, like, you already have all the motivation for that, right? Probably. But it's the business side that's good to kind of get a kick in the pants to go and do. Although I've also heard that, you know, business degrees and stuff like that actually aren't even all that worth it as well. So I'm not really sure. Certainly, what I will say is I really, really, really strongly discourage people going into debt for college, no matter what. So like I said, if you have the opportunity, then that's a little bit different. But if you're gonna be like stretching yourself too thin and you know, pulling out loans that maybe you shouldn't, then I wouldn't bother. There's a lot of other ways to figure stuff out. That'll ultimately make it harder for you in the long term to get to pursue what you want to pursue, because now you're going to have to be accounting for loans and stuff like that, right? You're not going to have as much freedom to be able to spend time on something that might not be able to pay the bills, right? So, like, I don't make any money off of this, but I've put myself into a position where I'm able to have enough time on the side, right, between just living and working on other things and doing other hobbies and stuff like that. I have enough time, despite all that, to at least get a little something in there, right? And work on something. That's not 100% right. But I'm curious what kind of animation you want to, you know, there's lots of different kinds of animation out there. Are you interested in like 2D animation, 3D animation, motion graphics? There's a whole big wide world, or like, you know, multiple, all kinds. Are you more interested in just like being an animator, or you want to make, you know, like films, or what? Because there's a whole lot of stuff that goes into animation. There's all kinds of niches you can fill. And sometimes like, you know, I've found niches in animation that at first I'm like, I'm not so sure, right? You know, I'm not so sure about doing this as a job or whatever, but then I fell in love with it. I remember that's how cleanup was. I really fell in love with doing cleanup. It was actually a lot of fun. Sometimes frustrating, but in general, overall, very enjoyable. Which is, it's kind of ironic because I'm more or less skipping the cleanup phase of this project, or rather I'm combining it with the rough animation, which, you know, I work so clean that it doesn't really matter. 2D animation, pixels for game design, so pixel art, that's cool. And storyboard a bit. Okay. Storyboarding, I find storyboarding to be like one of the most exhausting parts of the process, you know? I can get into a good routine, just drawing frames or cleanup or whatever, but storyboarding, depending on how you do it, you know, I've seen a lot of like storyboards where it's just like, it's kind of the equivalent of like a talking head cartoon, right? And I think if you're starting out, that's a good way to start out. You'll learn, you know, the basics of framing and things like that. But it's really good to stretch yourself beyond that and really put some brain power into it, I think. Because there's so much more you can do as a storyboarder, and it's important to do as a storyboarder. Today's your first game of the season. I see. But yeah, no, pixel art's awesome. Pixel art's... it's something I've never personally gotten into. I know some people who do it, and it's always really cool to see like the technique that comes out of it. very, very different in its approach to traditional drawing. It has similar like structures and stuff like that, but like the way that you kind of carve your shapes and stuff like that is so like iterative. It's really interesting. You're testing out patterns. It's more like I would consider it's more like almost crochet or what's it called, where it's you have the circle and you stick the needle through and you build up the fabric to make an image. I can't remember what that's called, but I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like that, it's patterns of a block and how you do it. So it's you use a needle and thread like sewing, but it's a specific technique to get an embroidery. I think it's embroidery. Is it embroidery? Embroidery. Oh, let me look it up. 1 second. Embroidery. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Embroidery. Because all that stuff has to do with like patterns and whatnot. So yeah, no, it's really interesting. It's really cool. Now the nice thing about pixel art is you don't have to like be committed, in the same way as like embroidery. You can always kind of change things up, experiment around. But honestly, it's good to always have like a good range of skills as an artist, especially if you're wanting to do more independent work and whatnot. Because you always have to wear multiple hats and whatnot. So, even getting into like painting is really good if you're a visual artist. I'm actually going to move this back more. You learn so much about form and shape and like composition and color and all that kind of stuff with painting like all at once. It's such a good thing to do. Which reminds me, I need to get back into painting because it's fun. I have some ideas for pieces. I need to just sit down and just start doodling them out. Have fun with it. Whoop. Didn't switch over to the pencil. Actually tempted to keep it kind of tucked in, like he's still kind of shy about. Coming out of his hood. Well, that probably would have worked, but whatever. I actually do think his horn was maybe a little big throughout this clip. That's another thing I need to kind of figure out. Because it's meant to be a small horn. He's meant to have like, because like basically he'll lose this horn eventually, and then he'll get bigger horns down the line. Probably not in the story necessarily, but it's like that's a thing essentially. That'll do. Actually, I want to keep the hand pointed down. Actually, we want it to go a little more this way. I keep forgetting to do the little collar he has, shawl thing, collar shawl. He has so many different little pieces, but doggone it, I like him. I like all his little pieces. The arm movement isn't the best. It's a little awkward, like kind of like everything with him, but oh well. Like timing wise, not so much the timing, just the spacing of it, just how the so you'll notice, like, for one thing, my volume control is really lacking, so you'll notice how big the arm is here. Let me just like break down all of my work here so that you can never unsee it again. But if we step forward, you know, you'll notice a little bit of the arm shrinking. The arc as well is a little like staggered, so like technically speaking, this should probably like come back more rather than go just like almost straight down like that, because like it comes back up. But because of this little anticipation here, that's kind of why I did it that way. It looks all right, but it's just a little bit of an awkward pose. But yeah, no, volume control is one of those things where, honestly, I might just like shave off a little bit there to make that a little better, because right now that's pretty abrupt. That's a little better. The arc's not the best. It's not the worst, but it's not the best either. But considering this is the last week I have to animate on this, more or less, we're not going to go for the best. We're going to go for done, because done is better than best. Because done is actually done. Best is never done. That's actually that's something to keep in mind, honestly, is it's better, like volume in a certain regard is better than quality. Not because quality doesn't matter, but rather because in order to improve faster, you want to get more done. There are some projects that you'll start, especially if you're like just starting out, like animation and stuff like that, where if you try to perfect it, you're going to be sat there pushing pixels the whole time, right? Because you're not at a point where when you start, you're not at where you want it to be, right? Very rarely are you. And so the mistakes that you make early on set the foundation for the piece, and it's very, very difficult to overcome the foundation. The foundation of animation without just starting over, right? Sometimes you can correct it as you go, like especially in little subtle things. It's like, oh, my key there wasn't very good. Let me clean that up now that I know what I'm looking at, right? Stuff like that. But generally speaking, it's better to just, finish it out. That way it's done, and then move on and take the knowledge that you've learned and put it to the next project. Learn with each video, basically. Well, and more importantly, I would say each project finished, right? Learning to finish a project is also a skill in and of itself, because it's really easy to be like, oh, I'm going to start this project. Okay, I'm bored now. I'm going to start this project. Oh, I'm bored now. I'm going to start this project. And then pretty soon you have just like 15 billion started things, and none of them are finished, and everyone's kind of just like, okay, well, I guess they don't finish things, And it also depends on who, like, your pursuit as an artist, how you learn best as an artist. I know some people who are it's just like they can just get up and go with a test, right? Like they get really hyped for basically just practice animation, right? And it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna do a rough animation of a horse real quick, and then I'm gonna move on and do a rough animation of this or that, or I'm gonna try some effects animation, and they just they bounce from one thing to the next, right? And that's really good if you are really hard dead set on just becoming a really capable animator, good draftsman, good good artist overall, right? Your technical ability. But it's really good if you're wanting to do more long-term projects, that kind of thing. Practice finishing projects. Practice taking an idea from beginning to end, the whole process. Maybe even getting other people involved, right? If you want to do more directorial things, you want to make your own short films and stuff like that. Talk to people and see if you can kind of either hire, right, which is always preferable, or trade a favor, right? Maybe do some art for someone and then you do some sound design for you or something like that. And then work to really finish out a project. That's not quite right. That actually reminds me, I really do want to make another short film. I really need to start storyboarding a short film I have in mind. But I've got a comic I need to finish first. So, taking my own advice, I commit to really one big project at a time. And that's been the comic that I've been working on for the past 4 years now. And it's not done, not really even close to being done, unfortunately. It'll be done, though, at some point, so I'll be getting back to that here next week, which is exciting. I'm very excited about that. I do, yes. There should be a link in the description now. Let me know if that works. It should. Where you can read everything that's already out. But yeah, I've been working on that for 4 years. I took a bit of a break this year, a bit of a hiatus, mostly for health reasons. I had some stuff I had to take care of health-wise. And now that's taken care of, which is good. So now I get to get back to doing some pages. And I'm actually very glad that I took the break and did this animation. That was the other reason I wanted to do it. It wasn't just for health reasons. It was also because I was like, I haven't animated in a couple of years, you know, really animated in a couple of years. I want to take some time to animate. So I did this little short clip, and it's been a very nice break. And now I'm ready to go back. I'm ready to get back into the comic. Especially, man, these next pages, I'm very glad that my line work is a little stronger, because I'm going to really have to push my lines a bit. Health is very important, yeah. No, don't neglect your health. Also, hello, Nissy. That's a big thing that a lot of people make mistakes, you know, when they go off, they either get a job or they go to college or whatever, they just are like, I'm gonna, like, you know, neglect my health for this because I'm so passionate, you know. It's like, no, that's dumb. Don't be dumb. Stop being dumb. You're here to learn and be smart. Don't be dumb. Manage your time well. Don't pull all-nighters. You don't need to. Your work is going to suffer if you do that. And when it suffers, your grade is going to suffer. And so you're going to think you need to pull more all-nighters because your grade is suffering. When in reality, you need to do the opposite. You need to eat well, get some exercise in, tackle projects smartly. Don't be over-ambitious. Be, you know, learn to know what you can do, learn what you need to learn, and then tackle it in a smart way. All kinds of stories like that. I remember there was a guy who, I didn't watch the whole video, I watched a little bit of it, but he was talking about mistakes he made as a storyboard artist working professionally, and he like went over the top on some of the boards and like and just overboarded over, you know, everything, and like neglected himself and stuff. Just terrible mistakes, right? It's like he's just like, no, don't do this. Don't do this. There's no reason to do this. Let the animators do their job. Do your job. Do it well. Do it stably, right? It's all about stability, right? These for more projects. Gotcha. there is kind of this awkward bulge here. I'm actually going to correct that. That's not necessary. Actually, recently found a whole anime opening in the storyboard context compared to what it was released. Oh, yeah? Yeah, it's really interesting seeing, like, how things went from, you know, one stage to the other. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about you really do want to think simply with storyboards, especially, like, if you are putting effort into the right areas, I find, right? I mean, I have storyboards where it's literally, like, when I did there's a short film on my channel called The Blind King, which is what my comic is as well, but I made the short film first. And so you had the character blind, and kind of to quickly draw her, her old design. You know, she had this mask and she had this hood and everything like that. And, you know, came down and sort of swept along, and then her feet, right? And this is like a really quick doodle, but more or less, you know, this is her design, right? And so she had a really simple shape, right? You know, it was ultimately just like you had the head and then you had the cloak. So what I would just do for the storyboards is that it was just like, that's blind, you know? And maybe like if I wanted to know which direction she's looking, I would do that, right? It's like, but that's blind. That's all she needs to be, right? Because her arms are all covered up, right? Anyway. So I would literally just doodle that over and over again, because I had to get a lot of iterations out. I think I went through 6 or 7 different iterations on the storyboard, with some help from some people to really push it, which was very nice of them. And yeah, like that's all it took, right? Because I knew, like, again, it depends on the context, right? Like sometimes you want to make sure, ultimately you want to make sure that the animators understand what they're looking at, right? Whatever that is, right? Whatever that is for your team, whatever that is for the context of your production, if they understand it, you're good, right? Yo, what's up, Saki Haki? Kaki Haki? Otherwise known as last name. It's been a little while. Hope you're doing well. What am I doing? I'm just doing some frames there, Jordan. I'm actually correcting this one because like it was a little exaggerated on the sort of slump, so it didn't look right. It was a little too much. So once again, I'm like probably putting a little too much effort in, but this one's worth it. This will make it look better and just help with the flow of the next frame. How come I'm sharing a narrow slip in my screen this time? Ah, you have been an unfortunate victim of the weirdness that is the fact that I stream twice. So if you go to my channel, you should be able to find the desktop stream. Right now what you're on is the phone, like the vertical phone stream. The reason I do that, the reason I have 2 streams, is so that one of them shows up in YouTube Shorts, so that as people are scrolling through, not really sure what to watch, they might come across me and they might hang out. They might like what I see. But it does make it a little annoying because it seems like, just for full context, if you came from the Discord link by chance, then the link I shared was the desktop link. So I'm gonna guess you didn't come from the Discord link, but I don't know at this point. Sometimes I kind of wonder if it just kind of drops you into one or the other randomly. There you go. Yeah, Theus. It certainly helps, even just having an extra pair of eyes, right? I did most all of the art in that short film. A friend did help with one scene doing some cleanup. So I did have a little bit of extra cleanup. But even just having someone go through and be like, okay, here's some things to think about with the storyboards, like here's what makes sense, here's what doesn't make sense, here's some things to try and stuff like that. That helps so much. And then it really helped that I had a sound designer work with me on that one. Good friend of mine really elevated the sound, which was really important to the story. So honestly, it's super fun doing your own sound though. It's tricky, but it's a lot of fun. And honestly, like, so worth it. Because, like, it can be really annoying to find really specific sound effects and whatnot. You came from the YouTube notification. Yeah, so you probably got the one for the vertical stream. I've been tempted. Maybe I should put like a little like word bubble or something like that on the vertical side. Like, hey, if you want to check out the desktop side, check out the channel, something like that, just to let people know that there's another format if it's more comfortable, What time is it there? It is 4:30. We're kind of off to a slow start here. I want to, like I said, I want to try to get these. Oh, that's not right. I want to try to get these frames done in 3 hours. That's my goal. Hopefully I'll kind of speed up a little. I know this next frame I'll be able to kind of copy and paste, which will be nice. But going beyond that, but yeah, there are little things with my last short film that I wish were a little bit better. Just like, there's always going to be stuff like that. But overall, I was very happy with the result. I was very happy with the fact that I was able to actually get the rough animation and the cleanup done, and the color and the backgrounds all done within about 3 to 4 months. 3 or 4 months. So that made me pretty happy. As opposed to this one clip taking me like 4 months alone. But it's a different learning experience. It's a different kind of pursuit. I do want to get to a point where I can animate these characters faster and more efficiently. Using household items, but also GarageBand. Yeah, any DAW, honestly. Any good DAW. I personally use Cakewalk, and Cakewalk is nice because you can actually synchronize video. So when I was doing Foley and in sound design work, I was able to actually, like, directly in the digital audio workstation, synchronize directly to the video, which was very nice. Like 439? Yeah, about 440. I'm not crazy about that back arm. I almost wonder if he should have... Just animating while watching? I'll always love to have that, though. No, I appreciate the lurkers. I honestly kind of miss animating while watching, you know, art streamers and stuff like that. I don't do that very often anymore. What's exciting, though, is after this, I get to do some physics animation. So I get to do Graham tossing the peanuts up into the air, the packing peanuts up into the air. And then get to do his hood and his wing. His wing is going to be a little bit tricky here. I'm not wholly sure what I'm going to do yet, but I'll figure that out. Oh, you gotta get going there, Jordan? Catch you later. Have a good one. Any reason for no face cam this time? It's mostly just because I don't feel like dealing with troubleshooting and fixing my face cam. Basically, so GG on your Kramer there. Basically, so to give you guys a little bit of a rundown because it is kind of entertaining. You know, you may notice that my camera is a little old-fashioned, right? And that's because it is a composite out signal, right? The thing is like it is a like old school webcam from like 2001 or something. I don't even really fully know, but it's a Canon. Yeah, actually, yeah, and it's not even like a webcam. It's meant for like like online conferences in like 1999. Let me see it. Canon VC C3. That's the camera. I can actually show you what it looks like here. Let's release date. When was this released? So AI Overview says 1997. I guess the journal also says 1997. So 1997. So this thing's from 1997. It looks like. Where's a good picture? Okay, here we go. So copy image. Let me just paste it here. Actually, I need to. Maybe like here. Oops. Yeah, screw it. We'll do this. So it looks like this. It's currently sitting on a TV from 1981, a little portable JVC. I love this little TV. And it has on the side here, so you'll notice it has composite video, right? It also has S video over here, which is actually what I use because S video is better than composite. Yeah, outdated for the past 20 years, like going on. Oh, I don't want to say this out loud, but going on 30 years. Ah, frick. So, basically, what I have to do is obviously, like, it ain't no USB, right? It ain't no USB camera. So I actually have to convert it to USB. And I have a little device that does that. But that's also from, like, 2003. That's also, like, 25 years old. And drivers for it can sometimes be a little finicky. So it stopped working one day. And I'm just like, well, you know, maybe it'll just not work for a little while. I do want to get it working again. See what I can do to get it working again. There are ways I could hook up a camera again. I also have a camcorder with composite out, hooked up, hooked up to my computer stuff. That's from 1994. 25 to 1981, 45 years, 44, but yeah, just about. It's going on 45 years old. But yeah, no, this, when you put it like that, this little TV, which works great. I love this little TV. I have it hooked up to my computer actually as well, which is really funny. It's a little, what is it? It's a JVC CX610 US. I'll show you here. JVC CX610 US. Yeah. Copy image, and we'll just do new from clipboard. So yeah, this is the little TV. Mine's actually in better shape than that. Actually, it doesn't have all those little dings on it, which is good. But yeah, it's got an antenna. It's got and a dial tuner. It actually, so on most people, man, oh man, this is gonna be so much fun. So most people are used to, oh, I want to change the channel. You hit a button, right? Well, this little thing, the way that it works is it's actually on a dial. You have to dial in, and there's a little red bar that shows you what channel you're on, either UHF or VHF, which is like archaic at this point. Nobody uses VHF or UHF. Basically stands for very high frequency and ultra high frequency. So I mostly stick to VHF because I'm on like channel 3 and 4, right? But yeah, so you tune it with the little dial, and that's really cool because what that means is you can actually detune it to get the picture really fuzzy and out there and like really crummy looking, so you can do really fun like analog effects and stuff like that. So and the cool thing about this TV is it actually has a video out, so you can capture it. So it's really fun to play with. But yeah, so yeah, that's a fun little device that I have that I mess around with for like analog kind of distortion effects and whatnot on occasion. You know, everybody out here using like filters and like editing software to get their analog horror effect, but I'm like, nah, signal bending. And it's always really funny because like I always see people like oh man, you know, like those VHF effects, you know, they made it look like it was like pulled out of a dumpster or something, you know, some haunted warehouse or something like that. It's like never been seen in like 40 years. And I'm just sat there, I'm just like, oh man, you guys have never seen like proper like generation degradation. It gets gnarly. Yeah, no, it's really fun playing with old AV equipment and whatnot. I've got kind of a bit of a collection of camcorders going on. I've got a JVC. I have a really cool oh, what is it? Yeah, Hitachi. I have a really cool Hitachi camcorder from and it's older. It's a really cool one. I want to mess around with that more. Why not buy a new cam? I know you told me for it's mostly just to have fun with it. Like I do have a proper webcam that a friend of mine gave me that's like, you know, 720p, which is higher resolution than any of these, but there's something charming about you know, the old digital like analog kind of look to everything, and it gives that kind of vibe like I'm on the moon streaming from, you know, 100,000 miles away, you know. So I stick to the older stuff. It's fun to play with. Plus, it's, you know, one less USB thing I have to worry about because, man, I'm getting low on USB ports. And I think some of them are unfortunately kind of flaking out because they do that. But yeah, no, I've got a couple Sony Handycams, which are neat. I have a little Panasonic. It's actually a disc camcorder, which is interesting. That one's a little bit later. Graveyard Indigo Burr, yeah. But yeah, most of my cameras are what's called DV. So this is kind of the funny thing about tape that I don't think people really realize. Like tape can be both analog and digital. Just because something's tape doesn't inherently mean that it's analog, because you have what's called DV, and DV is a style of tape. It's used in camcorders and stuff like that, and you have mini DV and stuff like that. And I'm pretty sure it stands for digital video tape. And so it's a digital video encoding, just on tape, right? And that's actually way more common than people think. I mean, for goodness sakes, like floppy disks use the same sort of principles as tape. Magnetic, ferromagnetic retention, or whatever you want to call it. But that's all digital, right? It's computer data and stuff like that, right? So it's all about like how the medium is used. Tape isn't inherently digital, just on its own. It's how it's encoded, essentially, whether it's encoded in an analog format or a digital one. Digital bending tape. You could. That's an interesting idea. Like, well, it wouldn't work in the same way as like detuning an analog like tape system, right? Because again, it's a data stream. You would get a different effect. You would get a kind of a digital scramble, because essentially like the ones and zeros that the camera expects it to see aren't being seen, right? So if you were to kind of bend the signal, it would give you probably you would probably get some kind of effect out of it. It would probably be a more digital looking effect, though. Probably like oh gosh, what's it called? Dang it! Where there's a whole meme of it going around where it's like someone would be looking for something, and then the camera would glitch, and all of a sudden they're pulling like a jar of milk out of the fridge that wasn't there before, right? And it's all like glitchy and whatnot. It would probably be something more similar to that, because that's a digital. Shoot, I can't remember. Data moshing. It's called data moshing, where essentially the data is like it's putting pieces together, like the pieces that it has together, but it's not complete. It's not a complete image, and it can get some really freaky effects. It's kind of fun to mess with that stuff. I don't do a lot with digital moshing and whatnot. I'm not really super familiar with that, and less so if you start integrating tape into it. I don't know. That would be weird. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see here. Hello, dumb creature. It's always so awkward when someone shows up with a name like that. And it's just like, I feel it's like, oh, I've automatically right up the gate insulted someone who has stopped by. I hope you're doing well, though. I will say, I do like the name. I'm still not crazy about this arm. I think it could have been better. But I'm gonna keep with it because I feel like I have to. I'd also like to point out that his line work is meant to have what are called color holds, so basic colored line work. So we go back, not Grim, you know, and we zoom in, like his little bell thing on his collar has those little colored lines and stuff like that. His wraps around his arm have colored lines on the inside. So did I did. So I'll have to deal with that. Okay, now, the nice thing is we should be able to just copy and paste this frame. Although I might have to a little creative with how I do it. Oh, and hold on. I got a little bit ahead of myself here. I still have this to do. Something like that. Okay, now let's try to figure out how we want to do this. I'm thinking we take it from here, but we ignore that arm for now, and we just shift it ever so slightly over. Honestly, that might be enough. You don't need much. Honestly, that works. That works a little bit better than I was expecting, actually. Yeah. I'm actually pretty happy with that. I'm still not crazy about the arm movement there when he like readjusts it. I just wonder if I should change that. I'll worry about that later for now. But that looks good though. That's coming along. Okay. So now, and we actually should be able to copy and paste this frame as well, because it's just a little shift, and we don't have to worry about like all that other stuff, except for maybe, well, that. Oh wait, what am I doing? That's the hood. I'm actually gonna move it up. And I'm actually gonna have him like start closing his eyes. Which means his eyebrows are gonna drop because now he's not scared anymore. He's annoyed because he realizes it was just a Grem in the box. And Grem is being Grem and is being a nuisance. Now this frame, I do feel like I need to like move this arm up a touch as well though. Hold on, but I want to do it right. And by right, I mean friggin' botch this up. Okay, so very lightly move it up. Hold on. Actually, we're gonna pivot it. That, and then oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh, come on. Oh yeah, this is a great way to animate. Honestly, it is best to try to avoid doing this. I only really do this if it's like a very subtle movement, and even then, I'm not so sure this is a good idea. Let me try one more thing, and if that doesn't work, then I may abandon this proposition. I'm gonna And I might be able to also kind of stretch it up. This might work in a purely accidental way. This isn't the best. Honestly, it's like this moves too much now, so. Yeah, we'll go with that, why not? Remember, not perfect. And the hood comes down here. It looks a little bit big. And the eyes are shut tight. Give myself some room here. So who is this character? This character, his name is Wicker. He is a chimera from somewhere else. I think that's what I'm just gonna start calling that place. I don't know what the name of the place is. I don't know if it even has a name, so it might just be called somewhere else. And basically, so chimeras are made up of different pieces, so that's why he's like got all these different parts. He's got horns and hooves and bird legs and a wing and little claws and stuff like that. All those claws are kind of weird because like they're bone, I think. They're mostly just bone, fragments of bone. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what his hands are. But otherwise, everything else that he is, you know, is just like potato sack and sand and smoke. That's what makes him up. So he has kind of this awkwardness to him, the way that he moves. You know, he's literally just like a bag of sand that he's kind of learning to puppet around. He's one of 3 characters that hang out with a human girl named Addie. And they just do goofy things. They get up to fun shenanigans. You don't know why, but you thought it was looks to the moon? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, probably my name kind of puts influenced that. For those who don't know, looks to the moon is from Rain World. I do like the character design in Rain World. I think it's really cool. And yeah, looks to the moon. Although looks to the moon isn't she's the blue one, isn't she? She's got like the the big eyes and like the weird like antenna thing because she's an iterator, and isn't wearing a cloak, I don't think. So she's just kind of sat there alone, kind of hanging out. If I'm not mistaken. I think that's looks cinnamon. I've been meaning to play Rain World. I've seen a lot of it, so that's how I know who Looks the Moon is, and all the different iterators. It's a neat world. It's a really cool world. I do recommend anybody who is kind of intrigued to check it out, because it's got some cool ideas. Very unique gameplay as well. Very tough though, from what I've seen. It looks like a really tough game. It's both tough and it's not, because like you always have retries, right? But like that's kind of part of the problem, is that you need to like keep building yourself up to be able to move to other areas and whatnot, and that can be challenging. But yeah, no, it's worth checking out. Wasn't there? There was a big DLC that came out for that recently, wasn't there? The Watchers DLC or something like that, or was that a? I know that they integrated some fan content. The previous one was like a fan project that they onboarded officially, which is really cool. I always like it when that kind of stuff happens. Honestly, I don't know what has been the most like influential thing on my sense of character design. I suppose it would be like stuff like Cartoon Saloon's work with like Song of the Sea and Secret of Kells and stuff like that. I really do love the character design in those movies. So I definitely take influence from that. I need to shrink this leg up a touch. That's better. I almost wonder if I should flip the donut leg hole at this point. Yeah, hold on. I'll think about this. That's about right. Honestly, though, I need to do, you know, I've developed the characters for Wicker and Grimm quite a bit, but I need to work on Oob a bit more. Oob's the third character. He's the little ghost kid, you know, the ghost skater kid. So I wanna work on his character a little bit more. He is a very, I think, relatively speaking, he is a very simple character. Oob is Oob. He kind of does his thing, which I like. I liked having a character like that, but I do want him to be a little bit. I wanna know him a little bit more. Yeah, that basically. Because the idea is basically, like, he doesn't have a name necessarily, so Addie calls him Oob because he's not a scary ghost. You know, he's not a scary ghost that would go boo, so he's Oob. It's like Alucard to Dracula. Actually, that's a really funny parallel. I didn't even think about that. I like that though. Yeah, basically. Which is, it's funny to think how old that trend is. That's not a Castlevania thing. The first instance I know of that being a thing was Son of Dracula, the Hammer horror film from... Oh gosh, when did that one come up? 55? 1 second, hold on. Son of Dracula. Was it 43? No, wait, it was 43. No. Although that is okay, so Count Alucard is in the original 1943 Son of Dracula. Okay, so the version I was thinking of was is a later was it made in the 70s? British musical film. No, that's not what I'm thinking of. I thought it was called Son of Dracula. Maybe it's something else. But either way, okay, so even older, 1943. So it's funny how long that's been around. It's like, oh my gosh, it's Dracula spelled backwards. I guess he has 4 stripes on his horn now. He typically has 5. I can do 5. Hold on. I need to just allocate a little bit more space. It might look a little funny transitioning over, but this will work. But yeah, I used to be into all of those old horror movies and stuff like that. I watched a lot of James Rolfe, who plays the Angry Video Game Nerd. He did a lot of movie reviews and stuff like that back in the day. I actually watched a recent video he put out that was really fun on classic sci-fi movies. You know, what the classic sci-fi era was, and you know, the beginning of it and the end of it and everything like that. It was really good. It was kind of like it really harkened back to some of like his older videos and whatnot, and it was really fun to see him go over all that old stuff again. You back? Good to have you back there, Bill. So that's kind of bothering me. And the thing about the, like, you know, this looks fuzzy, this looks like really sharp, none of that's going to really matter, because ultimately what I'm going to do, I mean, hopefully it doesn't matter. It might a little bit, but hopefully not too much. I'm basically going to crush all of these, like, little iterations of aliasing, because I'm going to just do black and white. It's just going to become black and white. Like, if it's there, it's black. If it's not, it's white. And that'll kind of like clean up the line work a little bit. It's kind of funny how long this sleeve ends up being. Oh well, I don't think it'll be a huge deal. I hope not. His limbs are definitely growing longer though, but... I almost wonder if it would be best to just have the hand almost like covered up. Maybe like that. And then I can kind of like change the position of it. I don't think that matters. Okay, I'm just gonna hope that no one really pays attention to that back arm because I don't know what to do with it. That could have been a bit better, but oh. I'm actually gonna... Okay. Okay. I need to be a little wider because he's off to the side slightly. I will say characters that have a lot of like floating pieces to them, like really open faces. Like if we draw a character and like they have like, you know, very like round eyes in the middle of the face, right? Or something like that. They can actually be really challenging because there's no like reference of like landmarks, right? As opposed to a more like traditional face where you have like the nose and the eyes and stuff like that, and the ears and whatnot. And there's you kind of know from like landmarks that okay, the eye's about that far away, blah blah blah. The mouth is about that far away. You know, there's proportions to it that make it a little bit easier as opposed to like sometimes a simpler face. It's kind of interesting. So Graham's face is fairly easy because I know that the nose more or less lands just below the eyes, and then the mouth is just in the space below that, and then his eyebrows like have free range, basically like halfway up his head and above his eyebrows just like can go anywhere there, right? So he's a simple design that's actually not too bad, but it's because he has a fairly solid design in terms of just like the context of everything. One thing that makes it a little bit tricky is like his ears can be a little bit strange, but generally speaking, there's a logic to him that's very like grounded. Makes him really easy to draw. Whereas Wicker is kind of all over the place. He's got like these very amorphous characteristics that make him a little bit tricky. And I'm thinking about like the way the hood and the little like bell collar thing. The relation between that is a little strange. Your lip syncing animation, very nice. Lip sync is something that I have like really neglected to do. Generally speaking, because I've done so much like not talking line stuff that it's a little bit. I just don't have a lot of practice with it. It's something I really need to practice more. It's a big old important part of acting animation for sure. Even this won't really have lip sync. I did some very like light lip sync in quotes because there's nothing that's actually syncing to. Just like the line in my head basically. And even then it didn't like turn out the best. But like when Graham let's see here. When Graham, you know, looks around, he tosses it up. He's saying amazing right here. And it doesn't quite translate. It kind of works, but you wouldn't be able to really guess that from his phonemes, the shape of his phonemes. Make your own lip sync chart for people, like an X sheet, like a proper dope sheet. It's not a bad way to go about it. What inspired me to get into the art buzz? Truth be told, it was actually a game. It was a number of things, but the thing that got me into like making animation and cartoons and drawing specifically was Rayman Origins, the game Rayman Origins. I looked at that game and I was just like, I want to do this. I want to do stuff like this. And so that's what really got me into animating. But before that, I was writing. And so what got me into writing was just general like interest in, you know, telling stories and stuff like that. Like I had these like this mad inspiration from like all kinds of stuff like coming into my head. A lot of music videos, actually, funny enough. I'd watch like music videos by like Peter Gabriel or freaking a lot of Peter Gabriel music videos actually. I don't know, Coheed and Cambria or whatever, and it was just like really like crazy inspirational and whatnot. I actually think I need to increase this. So I'm just gonna move this down, and I'm gonna increase the size of it. But yeah, so that was like. So, you know, I funny enough, I got a lot of inspiration for like my artistic sort of style, I guess, if you want to call it that. Kind of the atmosphere I go for, the philosophy I go for in some ways. A lot of it from different games, like the design of games and whatnot. Zelda was super influential in terms of just like that. There was the big thing that really like got me into the pursuit was, you know, you would have this feeling, you'd get this like impression from something, right? But you didn't know what it was. You didn't know how to put it into words. And I wanted to understand that more. And now I kind of can put it into words. But it's very abstract. It's just inherently abstract. So a lot of my ideas, a lot of my stories, a lot of my art is an exploration of that more like ambiguous constant, right? That feeling that you get, you know? The feeling of dream, as me and my brother refer to it. And my brother's also an artist. And yeah, so it's mostly that. I wasn't really one of those kids who like oh, I watch cartoons, and so I wanted to make cartoons. You know, I watched some cartoons. You know, I watched animation. I enjoyed animation when I was a kid. You know, and obviously I did find it enchanting, right? Because I mean, something had to influence me to actually like get into it, right? But it was never to like. It was never like, oh, I want to do that. I look at that and I say, I want to do that. Exactly. It was a lot of time when I was younger. It was like actually a kind of like response to the fact that I was like, well, why aren't people doing more stuff like what I'm seeing in my head? Why isn't there an exploration in this direction or that direction? And then on occasion I would come across something that would be an exploration in that direction. It would be something that I would love to have worked on or have been a part of making, you know. But it was more few and far between, I found. That feeling that doesn't go away and inspired you to follow through with that. Essentially, right? It's the well, and I really picked up on it. Like I became aware of its more abstract qualities when I was, you know, younger, because when I was in middle school, I started writing, right? I really enjoyed writing in school, so I was like, you know, I don't need to wait for like a teacher to give me an assignment to start writing creative stories, right? Like I could just do that. I could just start coming up with the stuff. And I did. I started like coming up with stuff like crazy. Everything was an influence on me, and I started writing a story. I started writing a book when I was in middle school. Unfortunately, I lost it. I lost the document a couple of years back. It was actually longer, but I realized I'd lost it a couple of years back, and I basically all my backups fell through, and now I don't have it anymore, and I'm very sad about that. But it was, you know, heavily influenced by the things that I liked as a kid, you know, video games and different stories and movies and things like that. But I noticed as I was writing, I was like, I'm missing something. I'm not getting to where I want to go with art. You know, there's something missing. There's something inherently like flawed in my pursuit, the way that I'm going about this. And ultimately what it was I was looking at the surface, because, you know, when you're a young, dumb kid, you don't understand the subtleties and the nuances of creating something that has an impact, that has an atmosphere to it, that has an experience, right? A big reason because you haven't had that many experiences when you're a kid, right? And so I was kind of desperately like looking to the surface things. It's like, okay, well, it's a fantasy, set it in a fantasy. You have the hero, okay, have a hero. You have, you know, all these different things, right? And I came up with a very creative story. I mean, I was like all over the place. Like, I mean, it was, you know, just this wild idea, but it didn't have coherence. It didn't have an experience attached to it. And truth be told, if I can get kind of critical of a lot of what I see, the reason it doesn't inspire me, especially nowadays, the reason a lot of stuff doesn't inspire me, is I don't feel like it has much of an experience to it. You know, maybe it has a creative idea, maybe it has a really creative world, maybe it has all this lore that you can delve into and stuff like that, but at its core, the story isn't an experience. It's just sort of there. You know, it doesn't stick with you. That's how I've felt about a good amount of stories and even games and animation, honestly, for a long time. Like most of it, just it feels like that, you know. But every now and again, you get something that truly does captivate an experience, and it's very special. It's very cool. The story just kind of flows in and out. It's not so much that, because you can have a story that flows, right? You can have a very well polished story, but it still is missing an aspect to it that has that greater essence, I guess, right? That feeling of dream, that notion that it's more than the sum of its parts, right? That's what it really kind of comes down to. It's very challenging. It's like, I'm not gonna like make it, I don't want to make it sound like, oh, you know, you just need to try, right? Like, it's one of those things where like you almost have to stumble across it. That's what I'm trying to do with the comic that I've been working on, is I'm trying to maintain this aspect of a story that so often I think goes undiscussed in terms of like the writing process and whatnot, and that is, you know, when you're writing a story and that story develops, and you're thinking up all the things that are gonna happen in that story. You're gonna have this and that and the other thing. This might work. The more concrete you make it, the less of that dream state is left, essentially, right? So when I started doing The Blind King, my ultimate goal was, I was like, I want to basically kind of underdevelop, kind of undercook it, you know, keep it kind of rare, as it were. And basically, I'm actually gonna maintain as much of that sort of dream state as possible. And so if you do end up reading that story, if you do end up reading The Blind King, you'll note it is very ambiguous. Not in the sense that it's like, oh, you know, you don't even know if the characters are necessarily human, blah, blah, blah. Or like, there doesn't seem to be like a living existence to the world, you know, like people live in that world, right? Like I want to maintain that. I want to develop that. but it's through such a shallow lens to an actual effect. It's very difficult to describe. That's why I'm making the whole thing, and I think I'm on the right track. The way that people have talked about the story, the way it feels, it's like it's kind of like jarring to them in a good way. Like they're intrigued by it because of its nature, almost because they can't sink their teeth into it in the same way that you can with like something that has a ton of lore and like everything explained. Like it's like, oh, these creatures come from this place and that place and blah blah blah. It doesn't have that, or rather it doesn't actually explore that. It doesn't like, you don't get to see that side of the world. You don't get to see the parts that make sense of it, right? Because the story's not being told from the perspective of someone who has all that. She's like, I mentioned her name earlier when I was drawing her, you know, the character with the mask and everything like that. Her name's Blind. And the reason is because she is literally blind. She literally just can't see, right? But it's more than that, in that she's blind to what the world actually is, what she is in the world. And subsequently, because she's the perspective that you, the audience, are a part of, a portion of, so are you. You also are blind in this world. But that changes slowly. That perspective changes. But in a really in a fun way, in a really cool way that I'm really excited to explore and share. And I'm so curious what people are going to make of it. That's what's really exciting about that project, is like I ultimately don't really know what people are going to make of it. I don't know. You know, but it's meant to tell a story. It's meant to still have a beginning, a middle, and end, and not be like so ambiguous that it just sort of like it becomes too conceptual, you know? Where like everything's metaphorical or something like that. It's not. Nothing is actually much like, other than the fact that she's blind, right? Like that's technically a metaphor, but it's also a very like just physical reality of how she lives, how like who she is. It's like it's just her experience, right? So combining like walking that line is very strange. It's very like it's very like tricky, I think, like, because you don't know if it's gonna work. It's so experimental. You don't know if like people are gonna like dig it or not, right? You know, YouTubers can't make videos about the lore. They don't know anything. That's a kind of a big part of it, I think, as far as, you know, why like I don't really find much inspiration in a lot of stuff, is like it kind of feels like it's meant to be explored in a YouTube video more than like actually experienced just within the context of the story. Funny enough, analog horror is really bad about that, where it will actually go out of its way to obscure telling an interesting story kind of for the sake of it. It's like, okay, you have an interesting story here, but you're not telling it, right? Like, you could tell it. You clearly have a way of telling it. And you may even be very good at telling it, right? Like, you're a good filmmaker, or you have a good effect going on that's interesting and intriguing. But you're so caught up in the idea of obfuscation, that it kind of I don't know. I think sometimes it causes the story to suffer. Like for the sake of horror, kind of, yeah, a little bit. I mean, that's a whole other discussion, where horror for the sake of horror is actually is a great way to make bad horror in my book, because again, you're not actually telling a story. You're just trying to be horrifying. But it's not reality. It's not So it's not horrifying. It's like you can be as dramatic and like over the top with the horror as you want. Actually, what am I doing? This is like completely wrong. But unless it's oh come on, like has a context that I can set myself in, then and to be clear, a setting isn't that, right? A setting is part of that, but a setting to me is like only half the equation, if that, right? So you have like, I don't know, to pull on like some very like low-hanging fruit, you know, the whole like backrooms thing. It's like, okay, you have a setting. Congratulations, I guess. But then what do you do with that setting? Oh, well, we throw a bunch of monsters in and just come up with a bunch of stuff, right? There we go. It's like, okay, that's fun, you know, that's, oh, come on. Oh, whoa. Oh. Well, that's the end of Chiptune FM. That's what we were listening to. It seems like maybe they're having some trouble. Do check them out when they come back on if you like what you've been hearing. But it looks like we're gonna have to find something else because unfortunately their live stream just went down. Yeah. Okay. Let's go listen to. Well, we'll do some slowed down chiptune. Okay. It's like tell, but the showing part is not so great. Yeah, in a lot of ways, that's a good way to put it. You know, because it is just telling, right? Even if you have a really good like you're telling it in an interesting way, like good aesthetic to it, right? You know, think about analog horror. You know, it's all about the aesthetic, right? Seems a little loud. I'll turn it down just a touch. Come on. There we go. But yeah, it feels disconnected. It feels like it's not really actually telling the story. Now, there are ways to make that interesting. I'm not going to say like flat out like, oh, just don't do that. Like there's really good examples within analog horror where it's like fully obscured, right? But and it's telling it through very disjointed medium, like I think of Local 58, where you have the story being told very ambiguously through different aspects of this world, right? As though you're experiencing it as it's happening, right? Which is a big part of analog horror, right? Is it's meant to. I need to figure out what I'm doing with this hand. Like, what the heck? It's meant to like give that feeling, like, hey, like this is happening right in front of you, right? But very few analog horrors things stick with that, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? Analog horror is when you use some old camera, now it stops working, so now you're anxious to find old parts online before your assignment on it. Oh my gosh, that is the true analog horror, when something breaks and it's like 40 years old and you're like, oh gosh, am I gonna be able to fix this? I don't know. You're not wrong. But, I don't know, it's better than digital horror, where if the thing breaks, it's because of an update that you have no control over, and now you have to buy their new one for double the money, or purchase their subscription to fix it. That's the real horror. Anyway. It's a weird situation where it's almost like the medium is afraid to evolve, because it's already kind of been like sentenced. It's like, oh, this is what you do with analog horror. You have a PSA or something like that, right? And it's like, okay, you can do that. It's been done, and it's kind of been done to good effect, right? It's, you know, you've had like emergency broadcast sort of stories and stuff like that. What's up, Wagyu? I'm guessing it looks like that's the same profile picture as Creature. Good to have you back. Boy, this frame. But again, like, if you're doing it just for the sake of being spooky, if there's no concept behind it, if it's just like, oh yeah, there's monsters, you know, here's a PSA about like avoiding monsters. It's like, okay, monsters aren't real. I don't care what's actually happening in this world that's going to affect it, you know. Sometimes there's interesting stuff, right? But man, like, yeah, it just, and then it becomes difficult when there's like actual characters. It's like, okay, but we never see them. We never know who they are, really, right? We might hear them sometimes, but we don't know where they actually like stand on anything. We don't know them as like characters. They're just sort of, again, they're just kind of put there to be like fed into the meat grinder, you know. Anyway, this has gone way off base. Point being, you know, actually tell a story. Tell a story that's going somewhere, and don't be afraid to tell it. Don't feel like you have to like obfuscate for the sake of obfuscation, right? You can just tell the story. You can just have a moment in a story where a character is responding to something happening and it's scary, right? Like, it's like a situation has developed, right? And you don't even need to necessarily like make it live action or anything like that. You just need to get creative. You just need to be like, okay, how can I show that something is happening to this character in an interesting way? Not in a like, oh, this happened way, right? Kind of like concepts rather than character stuff. Yeah, like, what is the concept that is actually being explored, right? What's going on that's interesting that we want to explore that's going to scare us, right? Especially in horror. And it can even be like, you know, ambiguity isn't necessarily a bad thing in horror. It's when there's nothing behind the ambiguity. You look at it and you go, this is ambiguous because there's nothing to it. It's just ambiguous for the sake of it, right? It's just horror for the sake of it, right? And yeah, no amount of like creative storytelling is going to help with if you don't have a solid story to begin with. You know, make your concept known, right? That was one thing that Local 58 did very well. It was like, okay, there are things out there, right? And they're coming from the moon, and it's freaky, right? It's like, it's that's just how it is, you know? And it didn't overstay its welcome. That was another thing. It was quite short and succinct, right? It's like, okay, it kind of explored everything it realistically needed to. And it wasn't perfect. You can do better. Make it better. Make it different. Explore. Don't feel like you have to stick yourself in a box. Anyway, this is like the third time I've ranted about analog horror, and I kind of feel bad now. It always comes up. But it's I guess it's more just like, it's a good example of a fundamental problem I see in storytelling where it's almost like we're kind of losing touch with how to tell a story. We focus on, I think sometimes we focus on the wrong things. We focus on the effect rather than the story itself. So just tell the story. Sometimes you just need to tell the story. Local 58, yeah, Local 58 is kind of one of the big series from back in the day. I mean, it's kind of old now, that put analog horror on the map, and it's neat, right? As a new idea, it's nothing deep, right? But it doesn't need to be. It's unsettling. It's interesting. It's I would say that in hindsight, if you were to look at it from a modern lens, it would fall into the traps kind of that we're talking about. But considering it was novel, it has something to it, right? Like, that's not necessarily a problem, right? If you're exploring an idea, it doesn't need to be perfect. It's not like you need to like stick to tradition or anything like that. Like, but it's when something that could be explored more, something that, you know, starts a trend that has interesting concepts that can then be developed. If you just stick to that original baseline, then you're not really going anywhere, right? And so to me, it's like a lot of things haven't really gotten past Local 58. It's like, yeah, we've seen that. We've seen the kind of like ambiguous, you know, PSA, you know, warning, like media hidden within media, you know, ambiguity kind of story, right? Your profile picture character turns into a weird, disgusting bug creature. Now that's analog horror. It's something to talk about. It's definitely something to talk about for sure, yeah. And I think it's like, again, I think it's, I more just want to get across the point that it's like, good storytelling is difficult because there's nothing concrete you can really rely on to do it for you, right? Everybody will point to like a trick, right? Or a like a method or whatever, and that's good for like if you're in a bind and you're needing like consistency in production, right? Which is, you know, a lot of what comes out of Hollywood and whatnot. You have a formula that you can rely on that will allow you to produce something, right? And it can be a variation on something that already exists and works and everything like that. But that's not going to make you a good storyteller. That's not going to make a good story necessarily. Again, it might help you in a bind. It might help you to kind of shift up your thinking. But good storytelling has a nature to it that's both challenging and simpler than more challenging and simpler than you think it is, right? You just kind of have to learn to tell it. You just have to kind of learn to tell the story and not, I guess, add features to it in one way of putting it. More into anticipation horror, if that makes sense, but I love good storytelling mixed in with it too. So I guess something where you're waiting for, there's a build up to the concept, right? There's a build up to where is this all going, right? Mysteries would be, I'd say, a good like example of that. I would say anticipation is a big part of horror just in general, right? It's like in the cheap kind of schlocky sense, it's waiting for the jump scare, right? But horror anticipation within horror can be like, okay, how in the world, like, what are they going to do, right? They're in this situation and now like they're stuck in it, like it's like what's going on, you know, like how are they gonna like figure this out? Or it can be like kind of a variation on a mystery where you as I always find this really interesting in horror, where you as the audience don't know what's going on, but the characters do, or a character does, and they're not explaining it all because they don't have to. There's no one around that needs to know, but they know what's up. There's actually a really good game that does this exceptionally well called Dead Cedar, and it's really great build up. I would say the story is okay. Like, the story itself is weird and not like amazing or anything like that, but the execution is excellent. The way that you flow from one moment to the next in terms of like this, the way that it builds up. It's just unsettling. It's good. It's very good. But an important thing to note, that's the context of a game, which is a whole other ball game. Don't mind the pun. In terms of storytelling, and one where I think that like that's another factor that kind of comes up where it really feels like people are very kind of like video gamey with the way that they tell a story or develop a story. It's like, oh, you know, it's almost like blatant at times where it's like, oh, level up and blah blah blah, and you know, like the systems that they have, it's you know, they use an item or they do this or they do that, and it's like, that's not really life, you know, that's a part of life, but there's more to an interaction than it feeling like a dialogue tree or something, you know, or even just like trying to like influence someone to get one over on them or something like that, right? Like it's stuff like that. It's like, I don't know, more like life-like moments seem to kind of like disappear when you start thinking of stories like that, where it's like everything has to be this manipulation, this like, I don't know, it's hard to describe. But the gamification of storytelling, I think, is a real thing, and it's not my favorite. I don't much care for it. Time is it? 6:18. We might be able to pull this off. So this is going to have some smash, and then we do this frame, and then we can copy this frame. So after this frame is done, we just have 2 more frames to do. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we can do it before 7. Gamifying storytelling, admit it, phased out for a moment. Yeah, I'm kind of rambling at this point. I can do it. Yes, Danuk believes in me. I guess the best way to put it. Let me put it this way. In a video game, when you fight a dragon, the experience is fighting the dragon, right? That's the story, is you overcoming the dragon with your gamer skills or your armor or your ability or whatever, right? But in a book, fighting a dragon might not be about fighting the dragon. Might not actually be about the actual conflict itself, but rather the things around the conflict, right? You know, what the dragon means, what the character is going through in pursuit of this goal, right? And sometimes a game tries to do that. I also kind of think that that's a little bit of a mistake as well, because that's the thing, right? Mediums all have their strengths and their weaknesses, right? Movies tell stories differently than games. Games tell stories differently than books, and so on and so forth, right? And so in a game, yeah, you want to have the experience of overcoming the dragon by skill or, you know, being really clever or what have you, and you can tell an interesting video game story through that, right? Like in The Hobbit, yeah, exactly. I suppose it doesn't matter if I mention this, but when Smaug is defeated, right, it's not in that capacity. It's not in the way you expect it to be done, right? You have an expectation because the characters have an expectation. They're going to go kill the dragon, right? Well, it doesn't necessarily play out that way, right? Because there's so much more to the story than just going and killing the dragon, right? They're in a living world that is changing around them constantly, right? And they don't know what's going to be around the next corner, and that's what makes it an adventure. It's always really sad in a story where it's like oh, we're gonna go do this thing, and then they just do it. You know, it's like, huh, that was easy, you know. And you can make it as dramatic as you want. You can, you know, throw in your explosions and your heartfelt, tear-filled Oscar-winning scenes or whatever because the person cried on screen, and that's good acting or something, right? But it's kind of boring. It's kind of boring when it's like, oh, this world is exactly what they told us it was. Well, that's boring, you know? And then furthermore, a lot of times, it kind of just sort of revolves around the main characters and their little problems and blah, blah, blah. Everything else just sort of becomes secondary, right? It's like, well, no. A lot of times, the world doesn't really care, you know, what you're doing, right? You know? The wild elves in the woods didn't really give a crap about what the dwarves were doing there. They just knew dwarves were there. And they're like, okay, you're coming with us. You know? But they're doing their own thing. It feels like they're doing their own thing. It doesn't feel like... It doesn't feel like the dwarves are the most important thing in the universe, right? They're just there. And the elves are like, hey, what are you guys doing here? And they get hints like, oh, there's a whole treasure that's going on. Okay, maybe we'll get involved, you know. Maybe we'll see about how this all plays out. Characters with their own agendas, their own motivations. As opposed to just kind of always hearkening to your main characters because they're the main characters. But see, that's something that comes with the video game, because like it would be a really boring video game if you weren't the main character, right? If all of a sudden, in fact, I actually think that that's kind of a problem as well in a lot of games where it's just like you're just kind of the lackey. You're just the like maid for the actual characters. It's like, oh, I'm the super important like uber ninja character that's like really cool and like I have a backstory and like I tell the story. So hey, go like collect these like mugs for me. It's like, okay, I guess I don't matter. You know. But again, storytelling in games should be different than storytelling in books or movies, right? And same with books and movies. Books and movies should tell stories in different ways because they do it differently. They do it better for some ways and worse for others. Like the Chosen One thing, a little bit, yeah. I mean, the Chosen One is always a yeah, it's the Chosen One to the extreme in a way where like it's more of a like, how to put it, like you have a Chosen One character, right? And now everything revolves around the Chosen One, right? But even if you don't have a Chosen One, it's like, let's pretend like we have a pompous writer who is like, well, I'm going to stay away from that trope because I am a good writer and stuff like that. So you don't have a Chosen One, right? It's like, okay, then why does no one ever feel like they actually have like chores to do, or they just like constantly are like talking about this, that, or the other thing that's like only should be a tiny aspect of the universe, you know? It's like why does everything revolve around the same three MacGuffins, people, or plot points, you know? Reminds me of playing Escape Tournament. Some of the side characters pop in early, but they join you much later. Why? They don't give a crap about you until far later. Yeah. Yeah, like that stuff's good. It's like, yeah, they have things that they're doing. They're just like living their life or whatever, right? It's how you make a breathing universe, in my opinion, is you have characters that just show up and it's like they're not there for you. At least not in the way that you think, right? They're there because they have important business that's their own. And you might not know what that is. In fact, there's a good chance you don't. Because they're from like the other side of the world or something like that, right? And like, what do you know about them, right? You know. So I kind of liked Fireman Beyond Journey's End. I've heard that that's a good show, actually. I've heard like that it does have that sort of like, because it continues the story past, you know, saving the world and whatnot. Honestly, Planescape Torment feels more like a book in a video game form than a video game proper. Awesome game, in my opinion, it's just not for everyone. Hey, sometimes it works, you know. Sometimes you can tell a really good story in that way. I've heard good things about Planescape Torment, I think. I've heard of it, at least. Well, and sometimes, you know, like, sometimes you can tell a really cool story just by the context of the surroundings, right? And like I think about like the Myst games, right, where you have this very intricate world with this fascinating concept. Essentially, the idea being, you know, there's this group of people who learned how to write books that they can transport themselves through. Hey, what's up, Demon? Passing on, have work tomorrow. Have a good stream and remember to sketch and drink water. Stretch and drink water. That's a good idea. I appreciate you stopping by, Demon. But you have Myst, where it's like this really cool world, and all the interaction is kind of secondary and stuff like that, and you're figuring these mysteries out and everything like that. But in all of it, it's very much its own like system and world, you know, that you're exploring and understanding, learning to understand. Any thought on Scott Pilgrim? I read the original comic and thought it was pretty funny, right? I thought it was a goofy comic, right? Where, you know, you have this dude in his like 20s, he's like what, 23 or something like that, and like, yeah, it was just kind of a goofy, fun ride, you know, not very deep. Just really slow at least at the start, and huge. It's amazing for an RPG proper immersion. It's just not for everyone as a result. Oh yeah, trade-off not bad. Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean that's kind of the grain of salt to it all. Even with what like everything I'm saying, you know, at the end of the day, what I'm ultimately talking about is subjective in a very particular way. The fact of the matter is, a lot of what I'm talking about, I'm referencing stuff that is extremely popular, right? Like just straight up, right? It's popular for a reason. It's popular because people like it. It's popular because it works at the end of the day. And I can't argue against that. I can't be like, oh, you know, stop doing that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, if it works, then it has an audience and it functions, right? But I just always like to encourage, like, there are, you know, movies I've seen, there's books I've read where it just gets, and it's not even necessarily that it's like, oh, literature, blah, blah, you know, it's not like that, right? It's just, when you get something that's well written, when you get a movie that has that just special, like, oh, that the way that's told, the way that's shot, the way that's filmed, just tells such a cool story. It's really special. It's the kind of thing that I really do like to see, you know? But I understand as well, you know, you have your B-class movie, you have your dumb fun, and it is fun, right? Like at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be deep. You know, Scott Pilgrim, you know, yeah, it's about Scott Pilgrim at the end of the day, right? That's what the story revolves around. That's what it's gonna be. And yeah, it's dumb fun, right? But where it kind of irks me is when it like loses its context and suddenly, you know, a Marvel movie becomes like a cinematic masterpiece or something. It's like, no, not really. It can be fun. It can be good, right? You know, some of those Marvel movies were pretty good. I've only seen like 5 of them, but like but there's more. There's always more, right? And you shouldn't stop looking for more just because a movie did it kind of mid, you know, like just because of like one like sort of mid movie. Like I guess that's the big thing is it's like look beyond the convenience of it, right? Look beyond the convenience of the medium. Look beyond, you know, and going back to analog horror, right? It's like, yeah, you can just sort of settle for what analog horror, like what all analog horror is, right? The tropes and the trends and the style and everything like that. You can totally just settle for that and probably make something decent, right? Make something that people are going to watch and really enjoy, and like a million YouTubers are going to make videos about because, you know, that's what they do, right? And it'll be a good time all around. But there's more. There's always more. You can push things. You can do new things, right? Sometimes people do, and then it's really cool. And it's like, hey, I want more of that, you know? Yeah, I think about it like in the context of like animation and whatnot. I am moving so slow. Oh my goodness, I'm so distracted. Still have like another frame to do, dang it. You know, in the context of animation, I remember there's a really good video. Well, okay, I can't say it's a really good video, but there's a really good channel, and he put out a video, and it's probably a really good video, but I haven't watched it. But I liked just the title alone, and the title was, "Your animated project doesn't have to be a pilot," right? You don't need to make a pilot. Sometimes it's better if you don't make a pilot, right? Some stories don't need to be series, and so if you make it a pilot, why would you make it a pilot? Just make it a really solid short film or little short video or what have you, right? You know, don't feel like you have to like lock yourself into a superficial trend just because that's what it is, you know, that's what you think you want to do. It's like, well, do you want to make a pilot, or do you want to tell a story? You have a story to tell. And if your answer is I want to make a pilot first, maybe go back to the drawing board. Short stories, anthologies, yeah. There's nothing wrong with it. In fact, I mean, that would be great. Like, that's kind of the thing I want to get more into. And I have like these guys have a larger story, right? Like Graham and Wicker and Addy and Oob, they all have a bigger story, right? And maybe I'll tell it one day, like in a more like proper sense or whatever. But for now, it's just little funny clips of them doing funny things, right? Like, because that's all it needs to be. It's okay to make something small. It's okay to like not like have this lofty expectation in terms of like, again, the superficial, right? It's like focus on the story. Focus on telling a really, really solid story that's intriguing and fun and interesting, funny, horrifying. I don't know. I think that there just needs to be more emphasis on actual like storytelling. Maybe that's how we'll just sum it all up. Is just actually tell a story. Don't get caught up in whatever delivery method you choose. Tell the story, whatever the story is. Maybe it's not now. Maybe you want to make an analog horror story, but your story would be better as a short film or as a book, even, right? I don't know. I just think it's kind of a mistake to let the medium decide for you what the story is going to be, or even how it's told. right? Because even this story, I'm not exactly sure how I'll tell this story. You know, maybe I'll do more with like comics. Maybe I'll do like a comic or two of them. Because yeah, otherwise it's just like you're fitting a square peg into a round hole. No one wants that. Well, but the still concept, twin women would have children of their own, so they enjoy pranking them by fake horror moments. It's better than for anthologies, not serious as much. Could be funny. Kind of play on the tropes and stuff like that. These being twins to jest. Yeah. Could be fun for like skit animations or skit, like a skit thing. I mean, honestly, you're just kind of making the Parent Trap at that point. Something, I don't know. But it's still like, sure, why not? There's a funny idea that you have, tells a good story, go for it. Or even just like a funny skit. Sometimes being clever is enough, right? And that's all it needs to be. Doesn't need to be anything bigger, you know? Sometimes a cartoon is just a cartoon. Sometimes a movie is just a movie. Doesn't need to change the world. I guess that's the other thing, is like the exercise of the craft versus the exploitation of the trope, right? Looks like doppelganger horror, but it's just a brain. I know, this is... That actually, I could see like a few ideas I have, like characters and stuff like that, getting involved with not necessarily exactly the same stuff like that, but like similar kind of vibe. It'd be fun to mess with. Why did I have to give him ankles? Doesn't even really make sense. They're hooves. Actually, no, like, horses do have ankles. But he doesn't need to. He's not a horse. I probably am going to. I'm thinking of, like, making his legs more like this instead, where it's just kind of like this shape versus, you know, the really defined shape. But we'll see. Make it simpler. I don't know. It's hard to say. I do like his like kind of sticky legs. But at the same time, it does take a lot more time to develop. Oop. I need to do the lines on here. That and that. And then the lines on his horn. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna hit my deadline. No. I got too distracted talking about random junk, about stories and freaking complaining. Oh, you would have failed. I'm not going to give up though. We've got less than, actually how long have we? We're 5 minutes away from streaming for 3 hours. Oof. I don't think I can do it for even 5 minutes. But we're close. Actually, I'm gonna take Demon's advice and take a minute to stand up and get some water and stretch. Because remember, health is important. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. Hello, Untitled. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Give me a second. I'm eating cheese. Yeah, it's coming along. All right. Are you taking off there, Theus? Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by. Hope to see you again. All right, let's see here. You won? Nice. Good job. Looking good. Thank you there, Waken. It's coming along. It's so close. We're so close. We're so close. We just have 2 more frames. This is actually kind of exciting. I'm really very happy to have gotten this done. And then after it's done, I'll play the whole animation. So if you want to see that, stick around. I do wish the hood was a little bit easier to draw. Eats his friends. Sounds like he's not a very good friend if he's eating his friends. I wouldn't want to be friends with a bug that eats friends. Then again, I am friends with a house centipede, so. There is that. It's actually very nice having a house and a centipede around the house. Because they eat all the bugs I don't like. Come on. Was he mad at Grim? No, he's not happy. Yeah, he's a little mad. A little mad he got spooked by Grim. Go something like that, I guess. All right, let's go to what do I listen to now? I know. Let's listen to some Miami horror. Change things up a bit. Hold on. What was this? 5 days ago? Okay. Don't know if we'll listen to the whole album, but we'll get a bit of through. How many things did I get done? Well, let's see. I started here. So this was the first frame I drew. We did this frame, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 frames so far. Well, this one's not done, but it will be done soon enough. Yeah, not a bad number of frames. Actually, I'm gonna have the sleeve flatten as well. I gotta get the sleeve right. I think that'll work. But maybe Maybe if we imply a little bit more direction towards here. Yeah, be a bit more precise with this line. What time is it here? It's 7 o'clock, which means I have failed. I did not do it in 3 hours. I did not do all the frames in 3 hours. I probably could have, but we had such fun conversations. Honestly, I feel like I kind of rambled on there for a minute, but it's what I do when I have an idea in my head of like what I want to communicate, but not a good way to actually communicate it. Like desperately kind of searching for the words. It's kind of frustrating. It's like, I know I'm saying something, but I don't think I'm getting across the point that I really mean to get across. It's difficult. It's tricky to sometimes explain some of those more abstract ideas. 9:01? Dang, getting late. I actually think that Miami Horror, who we're listening to right now, put something out recently. A few months back. Keep in mind, this album came out like 10 years ago, so recent is relative. almost feel like it should come down here. Let's see how that looks. Hold on. I don't know, I might have to change that. Because it's sort of going that direction, but we'll see. Do you hear my keyboard background noise? It's funny how many people say that. It's so funny. Which makes me happy because then I don't have to worry about it. When I first started streaming, I was worried about that. I was like, oh. Especially considering like I had an old IBM Model M, which that sounds like this. So it had a bit more punch to it. And so I was always really concerned about that, but then everybody's like, oh no, I like that. I'm like, oh, okay. Is it mechanical? Yeah, so the IBM Model M, so they're technically membrane or something like that. Like, there's a technicality to it, but yes, by and large, I don't think anyone's going to get too in a tizzy if you call it a mechanical keyboard. I certainly call it a mechanical keyboard. But it's old school. It's literally, these are from like, I think mine's like from 1992 or something like that. So they are like the original clicky-clacky keyboard, which is great. I love them. The only, like, to give you an idea of how old it is, it's not even USB, it's PS-2. And some of you probably, man, it's crazy to think, some of you have probably not even seen a PS-2 connector at this point. Not PS2, although you can call it that, but PS-2. It was basically USB before USB, at least as far as like keyboard and mouse goes. You had a specific spot on your motherboard where your keyboard and mouse would go, where it would plug in. Man, I love this album. I might have to get this album, honestly. Okay, how are we looking there? It's not going to look right because this is an impact frame, but... Actually, that's looking pretty good. Dig mechanical keyboards not only sound, but since I can't control strength well, so I end up low-key punching keys. I don't skim them like you can do with membrane ones. Yeah, no, mechanical keyboards, that IBM Model M keyboard, that's my writing keyboard. I love writing on that thing, like in a word processor, writing a story on that Model M. I used to do that all the time when I was younger. You know, I mentioned writing stories, or writing that story. I'm pretty sure it was the same keyboard. That mechanical keyboard is what I wrote most of that story on. Well, a good portion of it, I should say. Never be found. All right. I almost wonder, you know, we're gonna make things a little easy on ourselves. 96. We're gonna get rid of all of this beneath the collar. Well, yeah. Well, you know what? I might be able to make this work. You know what? I am going to do it this way. Yeah, no, it's nice. I like mechanical keyboards. The keyboard I'm currently using, it's a Red Dragon something something. Was actually a gift from a roommate of mine a few years back, which is a very nice gift. I actually do like this keyboard as well. So that's the one you're hearing right now. This one is definitely mechanical. Let's try this. That's not looking right either. That looks better. So fun of it. I've actually been tempted to pick up like a word processor just to have one. Like an actual word processor. Some of you probably don't even know what that is. So back in the day when computers were expensive and we didn't have iPads in schools because they weren't invented yet in 1992, we had word processors, which were basically a keyboard and a tiny little LCD screen. Or not even LCD, it might have been just an LED. Tiny little screen. No, it's LCD. And you would type on it and you would write out, you know, your story or your paper or your whatever. And then you could hook that up to a computer and put it on the, like in a word processor, right? On the computer. So that's what we did when we didn't have, you know, a ton of computers, but you know, you have 30 kids in the classroom that all need to be typing. Bust out the old word processors and send them on their way. I was tempted to get one as punishment for students who were complaining too much in my typing class when I was teaching that. Be like, okay, you get to type on the word processor. Because they were usually kind of crusty. The keyboards weren't very good. At least on the ones that we had very cheap ones. So. I thought that would have been funny. You're so fundamentally lonely? Well, come along, join us for a fun round of drawing animation frames. Can't promise you won't be less lonely, but at least we'll be lonely together. Honestly, it sounds like you need to get yourselves outside. Go to a park. Never that simple, but it does help. You're at work, you can't leave. Well, work doesn't last forever. Like, I'm surprised you're able to watch streams at work. It's a 12-hour shift, bro. Alright, that's fair. Hello, Briley. This design is so good. Thank you. It's kind of funny. Like, I don't really consider myself a very strong like character designer. Partially because like I'm like very fundamentalist when it comes to design. Like I can't just like attach random crap to a character and call it a day. You know, I have a hard time like designing a character because I think like, okay, the clothes that like a character wears are gonna be like really basic. You know, I see character design where it's like the jacket looks like frickin' like is like in and of itself a character, you know, and I'm just like, well, you know, I don't really do that. And the reason is because it's like every time I imagine a character, I'm like, I can't imagine them wearing such a complicated like piece of clothing. Like that jacket would probably cost like a lot of money. Sorry if responding late, videos late for you. Oh, that's fine. I expect that. It's just the nature of streaming, so don't worry too much about it. Or like, you know, a character that's like carrying a bunch of crap. It's like, yeah, but what does it do? Like, why do they carry that? Why do they carry the 5 billion things on their back? It's like, why would they want to? I wouldn't want to, you know? So I just like, I will say I was really happy with these designs. These designs were really fun because like I got to like think about them on a more regal level and think about like, okay, these like 2 scary looking dudes like are gonna show up in the middle of the desert. Like, what are they gonna look like, right? And so I got to draw from some really fun sources. So I was really happy with these designs. Drawing from like a lot of African traditional robes and stuff like that. That was super fun. That was really cool. So yeah, I get into character design sometimes, especially if it like serves the story. Like that's the big thing for me, is it's got to serve the story somehow. Yeah, those guys specifically that I just shared, they're from my comic. They're in the part that I'm working on. They're in the part that I'm working on right now. It's not released. It's in production. But the rest of the comic that's done is available for free on my website on NeoCities. There should be a link in the description. So if anybody wants to check that out. And it should be phone compatible as well. Should be. I kind of checked it, but yeah. That's the thing about Wicker here, the character that I'm animating. And why he's kind of annoying. He's meant to look designed. He's meant to look crafted. Like someone intentionally sat down and thought about him. You know, the way that he's built and everything like that. So I wanted that to come across. Meanwhile, Graham over here is just Graham. Yeah, I was happy with oh my goodness, Wicker's name as well. I thought about, I was thinking like naming like wick, the wick of a candle and whatnot. I wanted something that sounded like thin and kind of like you know, just like braille, I guess. But I didn't like that it was one syllable, because I tend to make one syllable names. So I was like, I want it to be two syllables. So I was having to try a little bit of a time. Grem, because it's short for Gremlin. It's actually not his real name. It's just what he's called. Autocorrect. Funny that you mentioned Braille, because if you read the comic, there is Braille in it. That reminds me, I need to actually write something and then translate it to Braille and then put it in the comics for another thing. I keep forgetting to do that. But yeah, you got Graham, you got and whose name is not known, because that's important, because he's a gremlin. You know, he doesn't just share his name with anyone. Oh gosh. Yeah, honestly, if I had known about it though, I wouldn't have put Braille in. There's another touch-based writing system. For some reason, I want to call it like Persian script. I don't know why. One second. Braille alternatives. Yeah, okay, what is this one? Because this one looks so cool. I don't know if it's very widely used, but kind of the purpose of it is to make it like, hold on. Lead. Chapatis, what's it called, dang it? Is it just called Chapatis script? Also a completely different system from Roman alphabet. That's true. System routed in user-friendly design. Design of Elia frames didn't originate with Chapatis. Okay, so this one's called Chapatis, I think, or it's. Hold on, I'll just grab the image. Oops. Copy image. So this is what I would have used instead. Because doggone, does this look cool? Yeah, I can't. There's another one called Moon Script, which is I find kind of funny, or Moon Text or something like that. Which it's not named after the moon. It's named after that's an actual the person who came up with it, his name. But yeah, I would have used this like straight up because like this is like it fits the world so much better. I don't know. Maybe I'll go back and change it. It's not that much. I could moon type. That's it. But I don't know. Maybe I'll use this. I don't know. Well, she knows Braille. She probably doesn't know this. What is Grimm's real name? I'm not going to tell you. That'll be revealed in the story when I get around to telling it. At some point. Oh yeah, I guess it is a little hard to read on the screen, isn't it? I might have to change that, maybe make it a little easier to read. But yeah, so this like this is what I would have used if I'd known about it, but instead it's Braille, which Braille's cool. But yeah, so there's a little bit of that in the story. Not a ton, but it's a little bit of a thing. Night writing, Thomas Lucas's system, James Hartley Freire's system, New York Point, Decapoint. Yeah, there's lots of systems. If I'm not mistaken, night writing, was that the original name of the system that was used before Braille? Because I remember it was originally developed, it wasn't even for like the blind initially. It was for soldiers on the battlefield so that they wouldn't have to give their position away. If it was like night and they needed to read instructions or orders or whatever. Oh yeah, I don't really know Braille. I've just studied it a little bit for the story, but it is really cool. Wikipedia's entry tactile alphabet. You don't understand, Jordan? You don't understand Braille? Yeah, I am curious how many systems there are. I'm really curious what system is like. I imagine Braille is like the most common one, but if there's any like runners up that's commonly used in like education or just in general for like printing or anything like that. Because I know that they've been trying to develop new systems, like a system that's a little bit more convenient for a while. What are we talking about? We're talking about Braille. We're talking about like tactile alphabets for like people who can't see, stuff like that. So you're able to feel the letters and the words in order to read. Guys, stop your Frenchies from killing each other and your pit bulls. Guessing pit bull. Uh-oh. Never good. Alright. Ooh, Oreos. You know, I've never gotten into Oreos. I've always felt like kind of like mild disappointment with Oreos. It's like, I feel like these should be better. I feel like I'm like dying by eating these slightly. Like, I don't know if I should be eating these. Yeah, not my thing, not my kind of cookie. Chips Ahoy, what? I mean, homemade pan cookies are the best, honestly. Is Graham a cookie guy? Graham's an everything guy. Graham will eat just about anything you put in front of him. He's always hungry. In fact, I did a piece a little while ago of him like getting an entire carton of orange juice from the refrigerator at like 2 in the morning, and you know he's not getting a glass to drink that. I'll show that piece. I like that piece. 1 second. Monster Kids, late night snack. Here we are. I want to do more pieces like this, honestly. But yeah, no, Graham just casually drinking orange juice straight from the carton because, you know, he's an absolute menace. Don't call me out. But yeah, no, he'll eat cookies. Actually, there's a really funny piece I want to do. Where it's Addie hosting a tea party or something like kind of like that, right? The social, and there's cookies, and Grim's just like munching on the back. He doesn't care about anything else. And she's just so fed up. She's like, I put together this whole thing, and it was gonna be great, and we were gonna have a good time. And you're just eating all the cookies. So kind of the full context, Addie's the one human girl that hangs out with these monsters. They hang out in her room and stuff like that. Just grabbing the tea bar and cookies. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, this is great. It's just cookies. He's also an animal. Yeah, no, he always has snacks though. He's always munching on a bag of something, chips or cookies or whatever. So that's the funny thing about Graham is like he's everyone's favorite. Everyone loves Graham. I don't know. I think he's probably like the most appealing character I've made, and he's like the most like out of control. He's a good little guy, but like, yeah, he's gotta kind of like get it under control. He's just a little guy. Yeah, basically. Okay, so now, all right, this is it. Oh boy, get excited. Okay, so I need to move this all back, the knee forward. And fit that in. And I want to move the knee slightly forward. Oh wait, dang it. Okay, there we go. Right frame this time. Hold on, I want to get that right. Hold on. Let's keep that on because that's useful actually. Okay, that moves too much. All right, but we want to go just a touch forward. I mean, the best way, like, Grem is like if a cat was bipedal. Just a little hungry, possibly sometimes hangry little guy. I mean, he's always hangry, but he's not hangry because he's hungry, but rather because he doesn't get good sleep. That's why he has bags under his eyes. He's nocturnal, but you know, when you're friends with a human kid who goes to school, you know, you hang out with them during the day. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by there, Bradley. We're going to be finishing up here soon, so you're not going to be missing much, but I do appreciate you stopping by for sure. Shoot, we listened to that whole album. Wow. Okay. Jeez, it's 7:45. Man. I kind of feel like listening to Holidays again though. He doesn't get good sleep stuff. Maybe that's why everyone likes Grem. He reminds everyone, like, he's my most relatable character. He's always hungry. He's always eating. He's always a little angry. He's always a little sleepy because he's tired and doesn't get good sleep. Ah, dang it. I keep doing that. What time is it there? 7:45. All right. Let's turn the rough off. Let's see how this looks. Looks pretty decent. I'm a little zoomed in for the phone side. 1 second. Let's zoom ourselves out here. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I might make him blink a couple times. I'll also kind of adjust the timing a little bit to make it a little bit more readable. Right now, everything's happening a little bit fast, and it's hard to know what to pay attention to. Yeah, I don't think that came out bad. It's maybe a little bit quick on him throwing his fist down, but it's not bad. I like it being a little bit fast, actually. All right, let's go ahead. Let's watch the whole shebang. All right. Yeah. I like how that came out. Yeah. All right. Anyway. Okay, so what that means is it is time to wrap up stream. It's been 4 hours. We streamed for 4 hours. That's awesome. I'm actually really happy about that. So what this means is Thursday is the last stream working on this animation. It will be the last stream, no matter what. No matter what. Because next stream after that, I'm going to be going on to the comic. We're going to be working on the comic. We're going to be getting through that. We're going to be finally doing the final pages of Chapter 3. I'm really, really excited to get back to that. It's been way too long coming to ahead in terms of finishing that. And so, yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to finishing that. That being said, Thursday, we'll be probably working on this. I'm going to be wrapping up the animation for the physics and stuff like that, like the peanuts falling out of the box, his hood. I need to finish his hood. I need to finish his wing. And then once that's all done, I need to like color and stuff like that. I'm going to probably do all that off stream though, after we get the animation done. Eventually, I will share it. I'll post it. I'll do all the sound design and everything like that. So you will get to see the final product. So stay tuned. Subscribe if you haven't. All that jazz. And thank you guys so much for a great stream. This was honestly a super fun stream. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm really grateful to everyone stopping by, saying hi, and yeah, just being really cool. So great time. Hope to see you all back on Thursday. I will be streaming at 7 Pacific Standard Time. I know it's a little late. It's harder for me to stream earlier right now on those days, but either way, I hope to see you there. Have a good one. Take care, and goodbye.